Hello, Blue. How's it going? All right. Now we're ready to go. Okay. Yes, we have this new enemy now we can place here. Okay, I think I wanna maybe change the editor a little bit, so it's gonna be interesting. These, like, as you can see here, since each... Okay, so how this works is that this is based on the entity type. And if we open up the entity type, we can see that basically what we're doing here is that the entity type has a cell size that is 64 by 64. Now that is only used to be able to select an icon basically from the sprite sheet. And then this icon is being here. So it's not really, you know, have any impact on the game itself. And then the only thing that we can use here to actually you know, be able to place this entity is that cell size. But in this case, we actually just use that to be able to sort of draw, you know, things a little bit outside of the usual like hitbox of the monster. So what we would need in order to be able to place this like correctly here and line it up against the ground and stuff is to have another size and possibly like an offset that will determine the hitbox of the monster. And a good thing about that is also that later, like in the game code, we can actually take that data and use it as the actual hitbox of the monster if we want. So we don't have to specify it in the game code. Like right now it's like hard coded for each monster. And but if we just add a thing here that is like built in the editor, then we can both place the monster correctly in the map, but also the hitbox will you know, you can make the hitbox in here. And yeah, so that's what I'm gonna focus on right now. So I think for starters we just need a separate input for the hitbox. So we need a size and like an origin, I would say. Yeah. And then I think it would also be good to sort of visualize the hitbox so we can see that it's actually being drawn, like it's actually being correct. So maybe like a rectangle that's being shown here would be cool to see the actual hitbox. And then when we actually place the entity, it's not going to be based on the cell size. It's going to be based on the hitbox instead. All right, so that is the idea here. Okay. Well, let's place it up here just to see. All right, so let's go and do that. So we'll go to layout, entity type, yes. And here we have a bunch of stuff. So we have our draw functions. Basically, the way the editor is built up is we have these layouts, and so this layout generic is based around one document type. So it's basically an editor for this type of... You can see it as the editor for this type of entity, so, or thing, basically, or document. So this is for entity type, And then we have the draw function and the menu function, which will define all the menus and the UI. Draw will like draw things on the background of the screen. Menu is the UI. Handle input is like keyboard shortcuts and stuff like that. So what we need to do here is we need to go into the menu function, and we need to add a new. So here's the cell size input. And we can see here that, yeah, this is pointing to the cell size of the document. And then we have like a position cell. Okay, that's something else. We just display the position of the thing. And then we have the texture input. And then we have the icon. So I think maybe above the texture, we will say we also need an integer 2. Now, is it better for, does it need to be an int or a float? I think in game it's actually a float, but it also doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. It could be a float, but I'll just put it as an int. So this would be the hitbox size. Now the thing is we don't really have this function, so we need to create this function here. So we have the hitbox size. We also have hitbox. Actually, let's do hitbox origin first. There we go. So we have the origin and the size, and then we also want to draw on this icon menu. We want to draw the hitbox as well. But let's implement these first so that we have the data in place. So let's go to our document and get cell size. Should be here somewhere. So let's copy that. Oops. And this should be hitbox. Actually, this is not the icon. This is more like just here, the hitbox size. And we also want the origin. There we go. Okay, now we need to add those things. Where is this? Here. So we have hitbox size. Now we're kind of hard coding in these things, but it's also it is also like necessary for the editor to know what the hitbox is, so that we can place it correctly, you know. It's kind of like you know, in Unity, where you have these what is it, the collision components that will sort of interact with the editor, and you will see where it can be placed and stuff. But yeah, but I mean, that is more sophisticated, because I believe that one has like, I think, yeah, each component has a way of interacting with the sort of Unity API or something like that. Here is not really it's not really that sophisticated, but it would be cool to have that in the future. Like, yeah, that would be awesome, because that would be like super customizable and stuff for each component. But yeah, let's just hard code it in here for now. So this would be a vector, and then the origin, let's keep it the same order here. How you do, Blue, by the way? Sorry. I've been busy thinking about this here. Alright, so we have these things. Now, we will set those to something here. So this will be 0. Oh, we don't have v. Now the thing is, oh, we don't. Wait. What is this? Nothing. Now, actually, yeah, I think we do this, actually. The thing is, I wish there was a way to... So, Zig has a really nice way of, you know, initializing stuff. It's actually pretty cool how they do it. But there is one thing I wish it would do, and that is if you have a vector or a, you know, a type like this, that is not like a struct or anything, that you could add, you know, a way to initialize it, or, you know, kind of like C# extension methods. I know this is not a thing in Zig, but basically you have a function that is like, let's say 0. And if self is a vector, then let's say we return, you know, just 0, 0. Okay, now this is a stupid example here, but the thing is that if you, let's say you want this to be like an extension method. So basically if you have a vector, let's say 1, 1, and then you call v.0, because now, you know, this becomes the first argument in this function. But this doesn't work in Zig, and they, I think, have explicitly said that this is not gonna be how it works. But this is so this is one thing. But another thing is the initialization of these vectors. And the thing is that vectors are so nice, because vectors, you can say, let's say you have a vector 1, 1, and then another vector 2, 3 or something. Now if you have a vector, another vector, you can do u plus w. So there is kind of like, you know, operator overload or whatever. This is built in, but there is no operator overload in Zig. I want to make that clear. You cannot overload functions, you cannot overload operators. This is a built-in feature with vectors in Zig. So you can only do this with vectors and numbers. So like unsigned integers, signed integers, floating point numbers, whatever. And vectors. Because this gets vectorized as well. But the problem is that if you want to have a special, if you want to have your own like struct that deals with vectors and does things with vectors, you have to have a function that is like, I mean, let's say anything that doesn't exit, like normalize, for example, or maybe length. The length of vector v, and you get f32. Right, so the length of this would be let's see, what was it now? I think it's like each component times itself and then square root, right? It's just Pythagoras. Except, okay, does this work? No, we don't want to square it. We want to reduce, add. Right. So we add. So first we square each component. We add it together. Now we've got hypotenuse squared and then we square root it to get the length there. Okay, so but the point is here that the vector, now you have to call length like this and pass the vector in, right? You can't say vector.length. There's no way of doing this. And the same goes for creating vectors. So if you want to have a function called 0 that we have down, let's change this now to not take a vector but return a vector that returns this. Now it would be nice if, let's say you have a function, I don't know, I'm just gonna say add, just to, I don't know it's built in, but I'm just gonna say add just to have it here. So if we have two vectors like this, and we return a vector, and then we just return, you know, v plus 0. It's kind of stupid here, but anyway. So now let's say you wanna say v equals to add, but then let's, for example, we wanna say 0. Now, sure, you can just call 0, but it would also be nice if you could dot 0 as well, because if you don't have this function in your scope, like how I do it is I have a library that I call v in the game code, and I expose these kinds of functions. So I have to say v dot 0 to get a vector, and that's fine. I mean, but it would be cool if you could somehow define functions on this type here that would, you know, be usable like that. So if you have so you don't have extension methods like in C#, because that allows you to basically, if let's say you define this somewhere in the code, and now all of a sudden all vectors have the length function, member function, but that's not how it works in Zig. However, it would be cool if where you define this type, if you could sort of make a struct that acts like a vector, but also we add member functions to it, so that we can use both initialization stuff and also like these kind of member functions. So basically you will define kind of like a new type that operates on a built-in like primitive type like this, but actually I'm not sure if this is regarded as a primitive type, but yeah, to me it feels like a primitive type, but that will operate like this, but you can also define like methods on it, because that would simplify things a little bit. That would be pretty cool to be able to have that. Anyway, rant over. I'm not sure if anything like that is like in the pipeline or something, but yeah, rant over. Anyway, right. So now let's do hitbox size, and we'll start at, I guess we'll start at 1-1 or something. Actually, let's do 0-0, because now let's start at the same as the icon. So we have like, actually, yeah. So let's do like where is it? Entity icon, empty, cell size. Yeah. So we'll just copy that default value over. All right, so now we have those things. Let me just go through. Okay, so we have clone here as well. Sometime in the future, I would like to go back and revisit this code, because I don't know, I feel like at some point I would gain more, like as enough experience to actually make this a lot easier and less error prone here. Okay, but we need the clone method for reasons which is, well, it's kind of complicated, but it basically boils down into having a JSON, like we're reading the JSON from the file, and when we need to store the data in memory, we clone it so that we kind of take control over all the allocations and everything. And then we just deserialize the JSON object, because in my experience, there's been some cases where the JSON has allocated, like the JSON parser allocated some stuff that I did not have control over. So I would rather just deserialize or deinitialize the whole arena for the JSON object, and then just clone whatever I need to bring in here. So that's kind of why we have this clone function here. Anyway, so now we have that. Okay, now we need to do another thing. So we also have the document version system to basically say that, okay, well, if you have a document of an older version, because now we add to properties, so we should upgrade the document version, because now it is a new version. It has more things in it. So I will bump the current version, and go here. We actually need to add another upgrader from version 1 to 2. And so let's go over here, and I will simply copy this and add this new upgrader. And then all this is gonna get bumped. There we go. And as you can see, we don't really have a document 2, so we need to create that as well. And this one is hitbox origin. So this would just be the default. So I will basically copy these default values here. Hitbox size is gonna be so now we actually, because this one can actually derive from the cell size of the icon. So if you have previously set a cell size, the hitbox size will automatically be set to that during the upgrade. So this is just during like the upgrade step here. Okay, and then luckily it was pretty easy. It's just 2 vectors, so we don't need to deal with any like what is it? Allocations or anything like that. Okay, so here we have our thing here. Let's do actually. Oh yeah, so we also need we also have properties, which also is like versioned. So it's very important to keep that the same version as the current has, which should be, this should be the latest one, because the next one didn't exist, or did it exist? Ooh. How many of these do we have? Okay, 3. Okay, I'll pick 3. And that one should be there, and then we have hitbox origin as a vector and hitbox size. So this is just a way to freeze this type in time, to say that, okay, we have this at some point released this version out in the wild, and if someone was using this version at some point, then this has to correspond to that version. So it's basically frozen. And then if we want to update the document to include more stuff, we have to make a new version and freeze that as well in order for everything to work here. Okay, now we have that, so everything is good here and everything is populated. Very cool. Now there is a way to sort of fix this up a little bit so you don't have to like you know, convert. There's a converter that I have that automatically goes through all the fields, and then you can also specify the new fields that is supposed to add on to it. So that is actually possible. Actually, let me check where we have that, because that's kind of interesting actually. Upgraders. Why do I... Oh, it's different here. Okay, well, maybe this is the one actually. Yeah, so we have like upgrade value. Why is this one? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, also we have this. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Extend fields, so we can basically take the old one and just add some more fields. That would create a new type that takes this base struct type with all these things and just add these fields onto it. So base probably, we want to probably do that actually instead, but I won't do it right now. I'll sometime I will like revamp the upgrade system a little bit. But let's just continue on with our task here. So now we have our new upgrader, and this would automatically be picked up by the upgrade system, and the version has been bumped, so now it should try to upgrade to version 2 there. Alright, so if we load in an earlier version of this document, the upgrade system will upgrade it to the current version. Okay, well now we have our data support for this new thing. So let's go back to the document. Right, so now these things exist. Okay, so let's go back to this. So now we have these. Now these two should modify this data. These two inputs here. Okay. Now the only thing left, well, there's two things left. So one thing is that we want to draw the rectangle in the icon. So if we run this now, we should be upgrading, we should be seeing like upgrades in the logs as well, I think. Yeah. So it's upgrading the thing. Okay. So if we go to this entity type now, now we have these hitbox origin, hitbox size. Kind of hard to see, well, whatever. And we see that it actually copied the old cell size over here. So now what we want to do is we want to draw a hitbox in this place here to see where it will end up. So let's do that with, yeah, I think you can do it. I think you can add, there's like a window draw list or something like that. Let's see, I really should make that into a function somewhere that I can use. Let's actually just see if we have some kind of draw list. Yeah, so here's like window draw list. Add rectangle, and you can sort of, yeah, let's just get that. And here's the cell size. Let's also grab the hitbox size. Oops, wrong thing. So image, let's put the rectangle on the image. Okay, so we have, so this is the origin, and then we also need the size. Okay, now we have that. Let's actually move this down here. So here we're drawing the image of the entity type. And then here we should draw the rectangle. So what is this gonna be? So I think we want to save the position here before. Let's see. Like the cursor position. Like in ImGui, you have a cursor position that is like used to know where the next thing will be drawn. And if you call a function that will advance the cursor, so now down here we will actually be drawing below the image. And in order to store the cursor, you can say get cursor position. So now we stored that, and we can use that down here to say cursor position X. Oops. Okay, but we need to take the origin into account. But maybe we'll do that. Yeah, we'll see. The width is gonna be hitbox size 0. And yeah, there's also the scaled size. So we'll wanna scale by this scale here. So we'll do context scale. Okay, let's just see what this will look like. Thickness. Sure. Round corners, no. No rounding. Alright, let's see how this looks now. Oh, we got some errors. Oh, the origin is not used. Right. So I would like to see where it's put first and then understand what to do with the origin. Oops. So I'll do this first. Okay, the cursor position is float. This is an integer. So let's do like, let's cast it here. No, float from int, or yeah, convert it there. And you, actually, you know what? Let's do hitbox size times context scale v. And then we don't need to do that here. There we go. All right. Now let's see if we can run this. Okay. Well, it's kind of a bit off here. Not sure why it starts up here though. That's kind of weird. I would assume it would start below this input. Interesting. This should be correct. Maybe, Okay, maybe this X and Y is a little bit different. Maybe it needs to be like offset by something. Let's go back here and see. So this window position. Okay, so maybe it's like absolute, which is weird to me. Let's just copy this offset so that we can do the same thing here. And see if that helps. Like, I would assume that it would sort of have the window position as the... Yeah, okay. Now it's correct. Like, yeah, the window position is over here, so I would assume if you add a draw to this window, it would offset. But, okay, whatever. Okay, so let's now see here. So how would we deal with the origin? I think, I mean, we could just try if we add the origin. Now we also need to scale this. So actually also the origin is like F32. So I will say like hitbox origin, yeah, basically the same thing here. Vector to F32, float from int, and then we scale this by context scale. Because basically everything, like the pixels are scaled up by 4, so we can like, yeah, so it doesn't look tiny. And then we add hitbox origin. Now this could be done, also this calculation could be done using vectors instead. But I think these things are actually arrays, but they could be, you know, coerced into vectors. But I don't think, I'm not sure if the plus and minus like work with those. Okay. Let's see how this looks now. And if we change, if we add origin, okay, it does that. Okay. So we'll say that this hitbox is like, I think I said like 16 by 16 or something. Right, so this is wrong now, because this should be centered around here. So I think what we do is we have to take this into account, the cell size, and basically put this hitbox inside the cell, which is 64 by 64, like in the center. So what we need to do then is we need to say we have the scaled size here, so that's the one we want to use. And let's see, size should stay the same, so it's just the position. So this position is gonna be well, we're kind of talking about, let's see, we were talking about the origin. I mean, maybe it's easier to think about it like this. Let's do center X is gonna be this plus scaled size over 2, and then this one is just the Y component. Okay, now we have center X, center Y. Now X is gonna be, you know, oh yeah. So now we have to, now we'll do this. X is actually like negative W over 2. And this is negative H over 2. The problem here though is that these, no, they are float. Yes, they are floats. Okay. But what about the origin? I guess we'll figure out the origin. Let's start here and we'll see. Division with I, 32 compound int. Oh, this is I still, okay. Let's just make that into F scaled size. So we have the floating equivalent there. Okay. Yes, I believe, because now this position we start at the top left, and then we add that to get to the center of the cell, sort of, and the icon, and then we have the width and height of the actual like hitbox, and then we take the x is of the hitbox is going to be the center, and then no wait yeah minus width over 2 minus height over 2 plus the origin. We'll figure out if the origin should be plus or minus. I'm not sure actually. It depends. I guess, yeah, it just depends on how you want to interpret it. There we go. Now the rectangle is like centered. Let me actually go and check how it's defined in the code. So it's defined as 16 by 16, and then we also have 3y. I believe that makes it go down by 3. And let's try that. 16 by 16, 3. Okay, there we go. So that's how we... That is now the same as the game code now. Okay, cool. So one more thing. Actually, I just want to double check if this actually saves next time. Yeah. One more thing we need to do is in our editor. So now you can see here in the scene editor where we actually try to use this entity type. It's gonna be sort of using the cell size, but I want to use yeah, I want to use the hitbox instead to do this thing. So let's go to the scene layout, and somewhere we should be using get cell size, maybe? No? Okay, move. There's something. Yeah, here we have stuff. Here we go. So, well, there's a couple of things here. We need to change this snap position to use the correct thing. Yeah, snap position to grid position. I think it's just that the position is wrong, maybe. Or that we maybe draw the entity wrong, maybe. Because, yeah, if we try and... Okay, let's try and just place this that looks correct, and then we'll run. Whoops, I need to change... the override scene. Oh, why do I start up there? Yeah, it fall down a little bit. If we move it down like that, it should now snap to the ground. No, it still falls down. I think maybe because it collides, it goes up a little bit. Okay, so basically the position I think is wrong here. But it's curious because yeah, this wasn't as straightforward as I first thought, I think. Because we just have like the position of the entity. That should... So when we snap the position, we only take into account like the tile size, which is like 16 by 16. And then this position is assumed to be the center of the thing. I think the actual position needs to be adjusted by the hitbox offset. Okay, I think we need to do changes both in the editor and the game code. So, so where we draw. Okay, so first off, let's look at the rectangle that's drawn around the thing. Now, where is that happening? Draw, selection box. We also have draw highlight, which we also need to change. Here we have entity box, entity anchor points, get entity rect. So this one should change. I think this is used in both of these, yeah. So if we change this, it should change for everything. Get entity rect. Yes. Get entity size, not scaled. Get default entity size. That's just the tile size. Okay. And then here, get size from entity type. There's a lot of layers here. Okay. Get tile size. Basically, there's different ways to do the same thing. Yeah, these are the tile size. Then we have custom, and then we grab the data from that, and we return the cell size. So here we should return the hitbox size instead. But the thing is, the size is not the only thing we need. We also need the hitbox. Yeah. So I think we can. Well, let's do this. Let's do like get hitbox from entity type. And this this should be like let's do like position and size tuple. I guess in Rayleigh format, since that's what we're using here. And yeah. Now I believe Rayleigh actually has a 0. No? Also, we don't need to do this. Wait, why do I not get type information here? Yeah, there's a 0 there. These should be 0, and then this guy we have the size and the origin, and we return. I hope I can do this now. Init. No, wait, it's the other way around.
Wait, was it size? No, it should be origin first and then size, I think. Because that's how I order it in the app. Just not to confuse. Always origin first and then the size. There we go. Okay, now we have a way to get that information. Get entity rect. So we have the size. Actually here. Now we can say return get hitbox. That's that one. I guess we'll do try. Hang on. Hitbox equals to try, or else return no. If we have it, we say actually this, yeah, this is the hitbox, and then the size of that. Okay, and then we also no. Let's keep it like that. This one, it's just in 2 places. Okay. But I think, yeah, let's just change this to hitbox. And I should probably make a type for this, but whatever, I just wanted to work right now. There we go. Except the default hitbox I think every time we need the size, we probably need the whole hitbox anyway, so let's just get that. And that's gonna be type size and 0. Also, this kind of looks weird. This is a vector I32. Let's make it into a vector float and a float from int. So we just have to do it once. Now, we have the hitbox, we return that, otherwise the hitbox. Oops. Okay, now you are the hitbox. And actually, we can do size and origin. No. First origin, then size. So this is a deconstruction here. Size is times the scale. Then we have a rect. We have the entity position. We should also do the position. Is it plus or negative now for the origin? I don't know. Let's try plus. Oh no, that doesn't work because this is a... Okay. Alright. I'll just do this. No, this is
Okay. You grid position to entity position. Right, yeah, I think it should be the same thing here. Hitbox. Actually, let's do entity origin. Okay, so that's the size. Half. Yeah, okay. So I think the idea is, well, we have the, so grid position is basically, so the grid is divided in the tiles, which are 16 by 16. So it's a 16 by 16 grid, and we have an entity position, or what if you're given a grid position? So the grid position is actually like 0, 0 means the first tile, 1, 0 means the tile to the right of that. So basically 16 pixels over to the right. So each position in the grid is basically times the tile size. Then you get the actual world position. And then we also do how to fit. Okay, so how do we do it here? So we have the entity size, yes, half, and then we return the tile size times the grid position. Yes, let's just make grid position this to make this easier to look at the final result here. So this whole thing becomes f grid position. So we have the tile size times the grid position. So now we're at the top left of that tile. And then we have negative half of the tile size. Okay, so now we're off to the left, upper left. That doesn't make sense to me. But then we add the half of the entity size. Okay, that's kind of weird. That kind of feels like we should add the tile size here, but yeah, whatever. Okay, but now we have the origin as well. So now we want to, so we have the entity size. So we also want to add the origin. So let's do like f origin is a vector to f32. X is gonna be x and y, and then we just add that. I feel like this should be add. This should be add, and this should be negative. It feels wrong that it's the other way around. Let's do that and we'll see. Okay, we've got some errors. Okay, so now we have errors here because now we get the hitbox and not the size. So entity origin, and yeah, I think we can just ignore that here. Okay, did that actually update everything in a magic way? There we go. Now the highlight, you can see it works. If we... It's gonna be interesting, the snapping now. It doesn't really line up here, so that's disappointing. It should line up like this. So maybe the other way was correct though. Let's try and do that. It just feels wrong, but maybe I'm missing something here. Yeah, it's the same thing basically. I guess what's the problem also is that if you have a let's say you have like an entity that is smaller than a tile, like this is actually the tile, and then you can see that the origin actually pushes it down into the ground. If you have an entity that is even smaller, and now it's kind of hard to move it, like, yeah, and then try to snap it, like how would you... It doesn't really work. So this is maybe an impossible problem, to have it snap to the ground or something, because I'm not gonna be able to have like collision detection here. And well, for one, you know, this we don't really... Well, I guess this is a tile map, so I guess we could say that if you're snapping, you should snap it to the tile map. Well, okay, we have to put it manually here. Okay, well, anyway, we fixed the sort of the what is it? The placement here. All right. Okay. Well, I think the next step would be to change, like implement this hitbox for all these monsters. And also, yeah, what we could do is take that hitbox then in the game code and actually use that as a hitbox for the monsters. Yeah, so let's go to the game code and we'll go to, for example, here. So here we define this hitbox like manually, and then we pass it in here. And if we now, let's say we remove that and this and go back, now we should get an error here because it needs hitbox. But if we go to the type definition, and let's say that this is like a nullable now, or an optional, and we set it to null by default, and now we need to handle a bunch of things. So if this doesn't exist, we need to get the entity type. Actually, yeah, this is nullable. This should also be that. There we go. Okay, so then in here, I believe we have the entity type somewhere, maybe? Hopefully? No? We have this. I think we need to request the entity type data here. Hang on. We also use it here, so we need to fetch the data here actually. So okay, so here we require it, here we have to fetch it. So we have the asset index. Here we can get we can load okay, let's see what we have. Scene entity. Okay, so we have it in here. Alright, so we have scene entity and the entity ID. So we have the ID, we have the type. Here's the type, yes. Except it's not like the same. Yeah, so basically I have this asset index. So basically every asset, so we have like entity types, we have animations, tile maps, scenes, everything is stored as a JSON file, and everything has an ID. And so the asset index keeps track of all of those things and where they are located in the file system. So it maps IDs to files. Hello, Blue. How are you doing? Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to grab my coffee. Wait, where did I go? No. Yeah, so we have this hash map that maps IDs, which are like UUIDs, to file names. Okay, so if you have an asset ID, you can get the file name, and therefore you can also load the data that is stored in that file. So for that, if you have an asset ID, you can also get the data through this index thing here. Yeah, doing good. Have some time over today, so thought I would stream a little bit. Watching on TV, cool. Top tier entertainment. Yeah, that's right. I also have like Twitch on my TV. The things they do with the TVs nowadays. Alright, so, but we've mostly been using this to get like, you know, textures and sound and fonts. But then we also can get the file name. We can try to find an asset by name. We have by ID. Well, we could get it by name maybe. We have the entity type tag. But that would require it to have this. No, that should work. Yeah. So the entity type name is tag name of this. Do you need to be comp time? Okay, don't think so. What's on the TV? It's I don't know, edutainment. Okay, I just refilled my coffee here. Okay, good batch today. What are you up to today, Blue? What's going on? All right. Let's see. Back here. Yeah, so okay, so we have the tag name of the entity type. Now that should correspond to the actual asset name. So we could probably do this. Load asset by name. And the type is an entity type. And this is, yeah. So if we don't get it, what do we do? Yeah, I guess we log. Could not load entity type. And if we don't have it, I guess this will yeah, let's my cat's going crazy here. No. What should we do? What should we do?
Oh yeah, actually, I thought about music for the game. I mean, I'm gonna get some kind of musician to make some music, but I did a test. I saw a video and we talked about like the AI music thing, and when I've tried before to make like an 8-bit tune, it hasn't really come out that good. I tried to make it like it has to be like NES style, but NES style, like the thing about NES is like it's very like it's very like how do you say, constrained, and when you get an AI to try to do that, it doesn't really constrain. It just produces a bunch of sounds that kind of sounds like NES sounds, but it's like it's very very NES wouldn't be able to do whatever it's doing. I wouldn't think. But yeah, anyway, so I did generate some songs that I would probably maybe have less like a placeholder, so you could maybe have like something maybe to listen to. I don't know. I've never had any music because I don't like on the streams or anything, because I don't I don't know. I'm kind of scared to put anything that is could be put down or something. But like using your own like generated AI music should be fine, right? Okay. Anyway. Okay, so what do we do if we don't have it? Well, we could just return, I guess. We could also say that this whole thing becomes a null. So let's actually do like, we can do a label here and then we break null out. So now this is either an entity type or null. So it's a nullable. Thing there. Oh man. This, I think this needs to be comp time. Why does it think it's something else? Okay. Let's just remove this. Fine. Okay. If we have it, so if this is null, we are going to say we're going to fall back on entity type, and this one should now have a hitbox size. Hitbox. If we have entity type, we can use it. Otherwise, actually, let's do this. Entity type or else break null, and then so now we have the entity type. So now we potentially can return, we return an ABB from center. Yeah, this is perfect. So this would be the hitbox origin and then the hitbox size. There we go. Except it's not return, it's break. Alright.
right? So this is now either null, or if we have the entity type, we can get the data from that. And then here, entity type hitbox. If that doesn't exist, we have to fall back to some kind of default thing. So I will just say the tile size. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, constants. So it's like, okay, so it says L constants tile size. There we go. Oh yeah. I will do true. Why not? Okay. Yes, but now that this is the problem here. So if we now go to our entity type, it only has ID and name, but now we can fill this out. So now we have hitbox origin, which is a vector, but we can turn it. Yeah, we can turn it into a vector, like, yeah. Yeah, we'll turn it into a vector, and then we have the size. There we go. All right. And yeah, so now we should have those things. Actually, one thing that we need to do is we need to, since the other entity types are not upgraded yet, I will have to go in here and press upgrade project, which will upgrade all. It will basically go in and save all the entities and everything. So if we now exit, all of those documents will be already upgraded. So if we run this and open up an entity that we didn't have before, like the stening, for example, and then we exit and we look at the logs and we look for upgrade, there's no matching. So it didn't upgrade that document. So that means that all documents are now upgraded to the latest version. And if we now run this and we have a monster that did not supply its hitbox, but it does have an entity type with hitbox, it should use that hitbox. Right. So if we start this at the debug scene, there's an error. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So this would be from center zero. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, so we need a hitbox down here as well. So actually we need to do this. So let's actually do this then. Options hitbox. So now this is a thing where we set the hitbox. So actually here hitbox is equal to hitbox or else. So if it was already set, so basically we wanna do all this crap here. So it's like if we have a scene entity, we grab this stuff out. If we don't, then we don't really have this information. In that case, we set the hitbox to either if we supply the hitbox in the options, which will override the original, or we get it from the entity type, or we just set it to some default. Now we should be able to use hitbox here. like this. Actually, you know what? Let's... No. This needs to be nullable or optional because of this or else here, yes. Okay, but down here we should have it. We know that we should have it here. And then over here we also... it's possible we don't have it actually. So if we get down here, we also want that. Actually, let's make that default hitbox. Where's that here? All right, the default hitbox. So now we can say default there. And here we say default. All right. So either we have it or we don't. And there we are. Oh, and here we actually know that we have it, so we can do this. All right. Any more errors? Oh, we start here. Oh yeah, because I removed the override. That's right. Let's go back to the app. Take this back. Okay. Yeah, it's not completely correct. The origin, the size seems correct, but the origin is wrong. Oh, yeah, okay. It makes sense because we never used the origin. We just, or did it? We did use the origin actually. Is it supposed to be the other way around, like negative origin? No, I don't think so. Actually, it might be correct just because of it might have failed to load actually. Custom. Oh. I see. Okay. Okay, we actually need to like switch on the entity type and look for custom. There we go. Now we can do this crap here. And we have the name. The name is... I actually have the ID as well. We could just use the ID. That's way better. So load asset by ID. Allocator ID is custom ID or entity type ID. The type is an entity type. Could not load entity type. And now we actually... don't have a name. We have an ID. There we go. Except here now we also need to set it. Let's do this and then this, just for fun. If it's not a custom, we will just, I will just do this for now. We might, you know,
from here determine the size of every of the entity. But yeah. Also, we don't take scale into account. We could take scale into account as well, because technically in the editor you can scale things, but it doesn't have any meaning in the game code right now. And there we go. Now it works. Cool. It's gonna jump. All right. Cool. Let's go back here. Oh yeah, sorry, I need to fix the override. And go back to the editor. Go back to the scene. Not this scene. This scene. Yeah. Yeah. And now we can just so now we have basically support for entities that actually do have their hitbox set in the thing here, and entities that was not found, I guess. All of these actually do have their hitbox set, but they do have the hitbox is also overridden in the game code. So I have to basically go back and forth and replace all of the monster hitbox that is in the code with this hitbox here. Or I need to replace this hitbox with the one in the code and then remove the code one. But then, yeah, then we have basically migrated the hitbox system into the editor. And then we don't need to hardcode it anymore. And we can visually see, because that has also been a little bit of a, you know, weird thing where we have to guess kind of like where the hitbox is, and sometimes it's a little bit weird, as in this case. You can see it's kind of a weird hitbox. It should probably be like farther up, or I don't know. We'll see. But it's good to get the visual feedback of where it is. And yeah. Great. So that was a good little upgrade there. I mean, we can go here, and here's the hitbox, so we can just copy this value into the editor. So we have like 0, 5, 30, 22, and there we go. There's the hitbox, and we save that. And now I can delete this hitbox here and delete this entry, and there we go. Now we've upgraded this monster here. Cool. All right. What else do we have? Monsters. Yeah, we have a bunch of monsters. Yeah, this guy. I wish I had a search function actually. Should we look at implementing a search function here? It would be cool if you could Control P to get a search bar, like a mini floating window that you could search for assets in, and maybe other things as well in the future. But I really like that kind of thing, like search for files, search for assets. Maybe do like yeah, that could be cool. All right. So what we need like, yeah, we need like we're gonna need. Let's start at the shortcut. So basically, it's gonna be available for in all editors. So it's gonna be part of this main layout here. And where do we have like shortcuts? Maybe we don't actually have. So basically, so here's how the layout, here's how the whole editor works actually. We have some setup stuff at start of frame, and we have, you know, clear the background in the background. This is the draw portion. So here we actually draw everything like in the background, but not the menu. So this is just drawing the stuff in the background, like the tile maps, like in the scene editor and everything. Here we actually we draw the menu with all the windows and stuff. And then here we handle input, which is like shortcuts, you know, keyboard things. And here's this, yeah, here's a special one for the scene map, which is a special kind of thing. Okay, so maybe maybe we'll have the same kind of thing here, like we have the scene map is here. So let's actually copy this entire thing, and we'll do find assets. Okay. So this is now find assets. And we need this function here, so find assets handle input, and let's call that from here. Oh yeah, that's right. We have this sort of import system thing as well. I'll just add this here, find assets thing. Oops. There we go. All right. So now we've hooked it up. What about the draw and stuff? Yeah, where's this called from? Oh, it is called from here. Okay, so we need to call the other thing here as well. So find assets UI. So it will be drawn if the find asset window is open. We also need to have that here is find assets menu open. There we go. And then we need some other things here as well for the input. We need like a string buffer for the input. So find assets input buffer. Let's make it, I don't know, 256 or something. I guess you can't make this too large and keep it on the stack at the same time, but let's see if that works. And then is it open? We have a render texture. We don't really need a render texture unless we want to preview the asset. which is possible. I mean, we do have the thumbnails. Actually, yeah. I was thinking more like a list of things, but maybe we want like cards or icons, because we do have thumbnails, but we don't really need a render texture though. We can do that without a render texture, and we don't need a camera. Alright, anyway, so find assets menu open, find assets input buffer. I think that's all we need actually. Now this one would be find assets menu open. So here we have that window. We really don't need it to be that wide. Let's do like 300. I don't know. Something like this. And probably something like that. I don't know. Okay, set next window big background alpha. I think that just makes it opaque, maybe, or transparent, maybe. Let's not worry about that for now. Okay, so here we have like find assets. Is find asset open. No scroll bar. We should have a scroll bar. We can scroll with the mouse. We don't want to move it. Yeah, fine. Okay. So here's like the render texture. We don't need to do anything with this. What we want to do is we want to define, first we want to have input text that is going to be no label. Let's have it I'm just going to say this is the input. Args, we just have the buffer is context find thing buffer. Actually, I think this needs to be 0 sentinel. Yeah. Now, okay, so now we have the input. Now we need like items to populate it. I'm just gonna do a list to start with. So is there something like a list box? So this is where I have, yeah, this is where my knowledge of ImGui starts to wane a little bit. So I usually don't have like a list of things. I mean, isn't it just a list of selectables, basically? I do want to be able to scroll, though. Yeah, I mean, okay. So what are the results? Actually, the results probably need to be stored in here. Let's make it a array list. And I guess this is like like IDs. Yeah. So we'll loop through those. And we will request the document. This is kind of bad though, because it's gonna be like we just want the name. It's like we don't want to load the entire document. We just want like the file name, maybe like some header information. But yeah, we don't have a way of doing that. We have like thumbnail is, but to be able to search in the data, we probably want to expose like header information. But we don't want to like load all the documents, like all their data straight off here, because that's gonna be. Well, let's start there. So actually, what we'll do is, what do we do? Like, how do we populate this? First of all, I think maybe when we let's remove these things. We don't need this. There we go. So I think what we want to do is we want to have a function that sets assets sets results to all or default. So basically this will happen once you open the thing. It will set the results to default, or when you like clear the input, it will go back to default. So we will clear no, we will deinitialize because then when we need to clear and free. Free. Actually, can we just clear retaining capacity? There we go. We don't need to remove the capacity. We clear it so we don't have data, and that also sets the length to 0. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. It just sets. Okay. That's all it's doing. It's not clear. It's not actually clearing the data, I guess, but it does set the length to 0, so we don't have more items there. And then it's so funny because the function sounds very fancy, like clear retaining capacity, and then you go in to see what it does, and it just sets items length to 0. Invalidates element pointers. I mean, it. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna argue with that. Let's see. Right, so now we have that, and now what I want to do, because what we have is we have the assets index somewhere. Oh yeah, we have the project, and yeah, we need to have a project, otherwise this doesn't work. You should be a project. Context. There we go. Actually, isn't there like get project or something? Current project. No. Alright. So we have the project. Now this has the asset index, which has all of the assets. So we are basically gonna search this index for the results, but the default is gonna be basically. I mean, I was thinking first that maybe we just have all the items in there, but maybe we just pick like the first 10 items or something like that. So this is kind of like our lookup, like database, you could say. It has a hash map with IDs mapped to file names, and if you want more data, you have to load the file. So we have this hash map, which has all the files. But this hash map is also, it's an array hash map, which is nice because then we can get we get the IDs. So we can get the keys as a array, as a slice, and we can grab, you know, the first 10 items like this. Hang on. Okay. So now we have those. Wait, why is that an array? That's weird. It's a pointer to, okay, so I've never seen that. Okay. So was that because we have like a static length there? Okay, anyway, I thought that this would be like a slice type. Anyway, we have the IDs. Let's do this instead. That should be fine. Just so we don't get some weird errors down the line. Okay. What would the results be? So what are the results? Actually, the results are just the IDs, right? So we should just... Yeah, I mean, we could just set this to IDs, right? No, but there we have like capacity. We should probably whatever. Let's just do append slice assume capacity. Maybe. No. Yes. Because let's do this. Default number of items is 10, and this one should, we could do ensure capacity with default number of items. There we go. So now we can do assume capacity here. And this is the IDs. Okay, what if we do this? Will it complain? No? Great. Okay. Then when we actually open this thing, which is down here, let's just do this. If this is open, we don't listen for this anymore. If it is not open, we can open it here, and then we set the results to default. There, we also set the buffer 0 to 0 so that we clear it basically. And then is key down no, it's not. It's control, not shift. There we go. Control and P. Then we open this menu. And yeah. So we have our items here. So now, for lack of better things, we actually request the whole document. But it's only gonna be the first 10 right now anyway, so we will grab the document from the context, so request document by ID. We don't know the type, so we cannot assume anything. So we get the document. If we don't have it, we do something. So let's do a selectable label that could be the yeah, that's just a file name, I think. But if we don't find it, we're gonna say, yeah, we didn't find it. That means this is like unknown. Or we could skip it, I guess, as well. It's kind of weird if that happens. So I think what we'll do is we would log an error. Could not get file name for asset ID. And then we continue. So this should actually be a file name now. Here's the same thing, although this could mean that it's currently like loading, I think. I don't think I actually implemented that actually. I don't think we have lazy loading for this. We get the file, but we open it. Yeah, we just open it. We load the content and we return the document. This will actually, yeah. So we're not like, there's no like lazy stuff going on here. Either we get it or we don't. If we don't get it, there's also a weird error and we skip it. Could not load document. Now we actually do have the file name, so we can use that. All right. Now, the label is going to be, whoops. The file name. arguments. Selected. So, file name. So this is if you click on it, right? You click on it, it will open this asset and close this menu. So this would, whoops, is actually, let's just go close. Set this to false, so that will then not cause things to be open, the menu to be open. What else do we want to do? Don't really have to do much else, I don't think. This could be like the results could be lingering. We just, next time we open, we're gonna like you know, do this. Actually, let's do this. Alright, so we open it, we close it when we click, and we should also tell the editor to open editor by ID, which is gonna be the ID that we have here. There we go. Document. Oh, this is not actually used. Oh, I guess we don't actually need that. We just need to get the file path. Oh. Well, okay. We do want to get, like when we're doing a search, but that's different. Okay, let's just get rid of this, I guess. Okay, so let's try this out. So this is just, this doesn't actually do a search now. It just shows the first 10 assets that shows up in the index. So here's the first 10. We have the input there. I wonder if you can make it like sticky. You could probably make this a child that can be scrollable or something. So we can open up chest animations. Here's those. Yeah, pretty cool. Find assets. And right, so now comes the, okay, actually, how do we, maybe there's like a child, begin child. I don't really know what this means. String ID, this is like the list. Flags. Okay, let's just try this. I think this returns a bool. I'm not sure what this will do here. Also, I'm not sure if you need to call endChild here or outside, like here. I guess we'll find out. Imgui is gonna yell at us. Hello, abbreviated. Yeah, making changes to the editor. I'm adding like a search function to find assets. Okay, there we go. Now you can see the input is kind of like a sticky input now, so it fits. Or I mean, it doesn't scroll with the child. Okay, that worked out perfectly. Cool. And no yelling, so great. Now the only thing left is to make the search work. So basically, depending on what you put in here, we need to search for that asset. Now I'm only gonna start with the file names, so we don't actually request any documents. Okay, let's make a function that will update the search. We already have the what is it? The input is here. We have the buffer, so we can take the text, and that's gonna be context find asset results. No, input buffer. Now the problem here though is that this is a buffer for the inputs, and so it's 0 terminated, and in order to get a slice, in order to work with this, you want to get a slice that is from 0 to the sentinel. So what we could do here is we could say standard memory span and then a slice. So what this does is it takes a slice that is a sentinel terminated. I guess it doesn't need to be a slice, it can be a pointer. And it returns the slice, and it looks for this sentinel, and it will return the it will return a slice that corresponds to, you know, from 0 to the sentinel. And a sentinel is like excluded, I think. I hope. I think so anyway. And you can go in here and look and see, okay, so if we have a sentinel, we go from, okay, so here we find out the length, so I guess that counts. Takes the sentinel terminal pointer, iterates over the memory to find sentinel and determine the length. Right, so if we have this, if we have a sentinel, index of sentinel, so that's the length. Right, and here it adds the sentinel here. So I think it like excludes the thing properly. So we got our text here. Now we want to like match that against values in the assets index. Okay, let's see, how would we do this? Do we just loop through the entire index? Yeah, because we don't have like a reverse index, so we don't have like a good lookup situation for the file names. We only have an index that maps IDs to file names, not the other way around. But that would be good to have in this because that would speed up this. If you have like hundreds and thousands of assets, this is gonna be a very slow search. But if you have an index from, well, actually, how would that work? I've never done this type of thing. I guess this is kind of like search engine stuff. Cause yeah, because the binary tree, you have to have like the whole thing. I don't actually know how they do this efficiently. That would be an interesting problem actually to solve. But I think I'm just gonna do like super naive here. I'm just gonna do, so what's the task? The task is I'm currently implementing a search for files in the editor. So if I show you here how far I've gotten here. So if I press Ctrl P, I will open up this find assets window, and I pre-populate it with a 10 first in the list basically. And so the idea is you would search for assets and then, you know, quickly get to them to find them. And then you can click on them to open it up here. So it's just a quick way of finding an asset and going to it. And what we need to implement now is when I type things in here, it should, you know, search for that somehow. I do like fuzzy for search finds, but I don't know how to implement it, so I'm just gonna do a very rudimentary thing here. There's probably like maybe like a library for that actually. Anyway, I mean, there's probably some sort of algorithm that you can just look at online and copy or something. But it is an interesting problem to think about. How does that actually work? I think the heuristics would be the more the word is like together in, it's not split up. The more it's together in the results, that should be higher priority. Yeah, I don't know. One of the tools I worked with is to have a simple solution. Okay. When you type something like 1, 2, 3, let's search for. Oh. I see. So it basically, well, okay. So the whole word is still, you know, one thing, and then you can have things in between. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I really like that. Also, it's like it's so annoying when you have to specify the exact how it's spelled and everything, or spelled, not spelled, but you know what I mean. Split by delimiter, then join with wildcards. Yeah. I mean, that could be a very rudimentary first implementation. That's a good idea. I mean, that's pretty easy to do here. We have the text. We can do split iterator. Split on scalar. Delimiter is like space. And now let's see. Okay, so we got a split iterator. Now the thing is, can we reset it? Yes. So okay, so let's loop through the results. No, not the results. I want to get the project. I want to get the candidates, which is going to be on asset index, hash map, key, no values. The problem is though, I want to have both things. We could also have an iterator here, candidates, iterator, oops. And that can also be reset, but that's fine. So this will be like while candidates, next candidate, and this is an entry. Okay. So now we'll do the match. Actually, let's move this into a match function. So we'll have like text and source. I don't know what to call it. And then a bool. So here we can do that fun stuff. Why is this the wrong color? Oh, it's probably because of up here.
So we'll match text on candidate value, and if that is true, we want to include it in the results. So we want to do context find results and append and the item is gonna be key pointer. All right, that's basically the thing. Okay. Now we just need to worry about this. So we'll have first we wanna, okay, so how do we want to do it? So we split. I think if we just say we'll keep track of like an index where we are. And we'll update this with index of haystack is the source. Actually, wait, we need to use index of position. Start index is index, needle is the part, and then we're done. And this one returns a optional. So if we didn't find it, we should return false. Okay, so now we found the next part. And we also want to add the length of the part to skip ahead that part, right? So index should be start, so let's say it's 0. If there's 3 characters, the length is 3, so now we're at index 3. And we could also check if we're at the end. I'm not sure how what the checks are here. Yeah, this would just return null. Wait, it doesn't check like start index. Okay, maybe it probably returns null if it's if the index is wrong. Okay, is this it? Actually, we just find the index of this of the part, and if it's found, we increase the index, and we skip over the part. And next time we look for the next part. If it's not found, it skips that one. Yeah, that should be good, right? And here we just look through all the candidates and add those that are matching. Okay, I think we're ready to try this. Now the only problem left now is where, like, when to actually call this function. And that's a problem with like ImGUI. It's like when you like the text input returns a bool. So I would assume that when this is true, we activate search. We don't want to activate search like all the time. So I'm gonna add a debug here, searching, to see that if it, like, you know, if it spams searching, then it should be fine. Also, if this is, let's see, if the text is empty, actually, if also I want to trim text as well. Let's trim it. Trim this with space. I don't know really what kind of white space you can have. Actually, this needs to be like this. Yeah. Maybe search can be memoized. Yeah, maybe. But the problem still remains, like when to actually update it. But let's just see here. What's this if doing? Okay, we trim it. Oh yeah. If text is empty, then we wanna do set default and return. All right. Now let's see. Each time it changes. Right. I mean, I guess sure we could. I mean, technically we could copy the entire buffer and see if there's any changes to it. That would be, I guess, I think one of the safest ways to do it. What is this? Invalid type given to span. Oh, this needs to be a pointer. There we go. How is this invalid? Okay, what if I do this? What? What? You can't have a slice? Wait, this makes no sense. I've been using this before. Takes a sentinel terminal pointer, returns a slice preserving pointer attributes. If it's a pointer and the size is slice, there's a compiler. What the hell? But what? And if it's a pointer, it's a many pointer. But this doesn't make sense. We don't know where the okay, whatever. I'm just gonna use slice 2, and the end is a 0. Expected iterator. Oh, you need to be a mutable. There we go.
splitterator needs to be a mutable as well. Makes sense. Function with non. Ah. Okay, so if we made it over here, that means we found every index and we should return true. I'll just check the logs real quick, see if we get spammed. No? If I type something, chest. Okay. Hang on, are we not clearing? Okay, I forgot about this. So yeah, so we're not clearing. Also, we get memory leak because we need to deinitialize the results. Okay. What did I think about? Yeah. So when we search, we should also clear the results. There we go. There we go. Awesome. So I want to find. Oh, okay. We should. Okay. Another thing is we should. This should be like auto focused when you open. And I'm not. This is one of the things with InGui, which is like not straightforward. Is something with like keyboard focus here. And I have no idea how this works. There's like an offset. So, yeah, let's try. This is where, like, I wish there was something like this, a system like this, except it's like it supported full like HTML or something. Oh, there we go. It works. Hey. So I open it up. I press and then I can immediately type. Now I wish I could like have keyboard controls to scroll up and down here. Why can't I? Oh, it like always wants keyboard input. I see. Do we seriously need a flag for that here? If it doesn't, if it hasn't, now it's true. When we open, we set it to false. Those kinds of things are so annoying. It's like this should be part of the library, but then you have to sort of make. Okay, now it works. Now, okay, so I wish I could like yeah, the keyboard, press down, have controls in the list.
or press tab or something. Down or tab. I guess we could have this. We could have like find assets selected index or highlight the highlighted index. Is null. So it's an optional use size because it can not be it might be, you know, when you first load it up, it's not there. Actually, we could make it so that it's always the first one though, because then you could, if it's the first one you want, then it's already selected and you just press enter to select it. Okay. Let's see. So here, no, it's highlighted. Oh yeah. The selectables. Yeah. So here, this is selected if this is so if we have this, we get it, and it should be the same as this. Otherwise, it's false. And I do realize that if you change the results, this is gonna be messed up. I think if we change the results, we just clear it, actually. Yeah. So we clear it for results. All right. Okay. Now, if we try this now, I think. No, because there's no way to actually modify this. We don't have a way to select yet. And for that, we are going to change the keyboard stuff. So if this is open, we have a different behavior. If it's not open, we have this behavior. If it's open, we're gonna say if actually we do need this as well. Actually, we could add it here. If we want to capture the keyboard, we just return, so we can get rid of this. Okay. If we want to move down, this feels like it should be, you know, a built-in thing, but I'm just gonna go with it here. If we move down, then the next index is gonna be something. So this will be the index. It's gonna be if we already have one. Whoops. Where are you? It's gonna be n+1, except we wanna mod it, maybe. Or do we wanna max or minute? Let's minute by
the results length -1. If we didn't have, if it's null, this is gonna be 0. Okay, that's down. If we have up, then this is gonna be max and -1, 0. And actually we don't really need min here because this is a use size. What we do is we say n, and then we do like, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like an overflow protection here. So this one means it's not gonna wrap around, it's gonna stick to 0 if it goes down to 0. If we go up, we want to start at the end, I guess. Makes sense. We also have like page down. Whatever, let's not do that. Okay, so let's see if we can make things be selected now. Oops. Okay, I think that's how you say it. By the way, Sig is the first programming language that I've seen this operator here. Like you have 3 different plus and minus because of that. Oh, I see. Okay. It tries to, so it wants to capture the keyboard. That's the problem here. So okay, let's only have this down here then. If this is Windows open, it like captures the keyboard automatically. Fine. All right. We can merge this else if here, but yeah. There we go. Whoa. All right. We need instead of key down, it's gotta be key pressed. Oh yeah, there's also repeat. Check if its key has been pressed again. Let's just do key down. There we go. Cool. Now the only thing left is to press enter to actually go to the thing. So if return or enter, yeah. If that is pressed, we want to actually let's skip the rest here as well. And we want to close the menu, and we want to, yeah, we want to do this basically. And the ID is gonna be context, find results, items, context, highlighted in. Actually, we also want to have the index needs to be actually exists in order to be able to do this. So let's wrap it in this if. So this is the index, and here we have our ID, and there we go. Hello, Blue. How's it going? Very good. I just love my like Control P finding things. And if we do like entity clear, yeah, or clear entity, awesome. I think also like if you have it like this, I think we should default select the first one so you can just press enter immediately actually. So when we do a search, after the search is done, if the length is more than, if it's not equal to 0, this is 0. Yes. Oh, that's so good. All right. The only thing left is implementing a fuzzy find thing there. That would be cool. But yeah, this will do very good for now. Right. Man, I'm really curious how that works. It would be cool to implement your own algorithm for that. All right. Yeah, so now it's basically a lot easier to find all the things. And for this one, we have 26, 15, whoops, and 5 down. There we go. That's the thing there. Let's go to the next one, which is spelling. Man, so good. 4, 12, 12. Stening, I think we already did. Yeah. Mossing. 2016 8. Irblos. 26, 16, 8. You can see the hitbox is kind of weird here, but sure, fine. Und Blume. Ten by 32. Shouldn't that be 24 to match? Okay, let's do that. So now we adjusted the hitbox. So much easier to see what's going on. 26. Okay, that's already good. This one, I think these are already done basically. I'll just remove their hitbox.
Okay, the spawner. Yeah, the spawner. Wait, I already did this? I don't remember. Oh yeah, okay, so I did this one. Oh, so we only have an entity type for the spawner. Okay, yeah, so okay. The sub, I guess the other entities, like the smaller ones, they are not an actual entity type in the editor, but they are sort of, they are defined in the game code. But that means though that they have to have their own thing. Yeah. They actually have to have the hitbox in the game code. Forest boss spawn. We don't have. And then we have test flying monster. Whoops. Which should already be good. Alright. So that's done. Now I need to fix all of these errors. Just remove these hitboxes, because now the data is drawn from the editors, from the data file, instead of being hard coded in the code. Oh, what's this? Ancient Ghost. Oh. There we go. Remove that. Remove this. Hitbox width. There we go. Oops. All right. Cool. Now I need to figure out. Yeah. Let's go to the editor and the debug scene. And actually, you know what? Maybe the spawning should happen in line of sight, actually. Like, let's say, like this is a prime example here. So this area. Yeah, we get this guy spawning here. That's fine. But then you have like this guy should not spawn, I don't think. Because it's not in line of sight. Yeah, that should be pretty easy to do actually. So let's go to Kottefolket, and then we have status, actually monster utils. We have spawn. Here's the default spawning stuff. And default waiting to spawn. So this one is determining then when we should spawn. Returns true if spawning should be initiated. And this only checks for distance. That's interesting also because that means that you can actually go into mist form to go past an enemy that should have spawned there, because when you're in mist form you're like infinitely far away. Well, I guess it makes sense. And if so, the distance has to be there. If also then line of sight, where is that? Is player line of sight? Field of view. Does it work like that? Yeah, I think so. It's gonna yeah, I think this will work. I think I had debug drawings here at some point, but it's removed. Compiling. Okay, let's test this out. Now this guy does not spawn. Cool. And these guys up here do not spawn. Awesome. Very simple when you already have the utilities to actually do it. What? Actually, I wonder if I should add the AI music that I generated. I don't want it to, you know, that you would like get used to it. But it would add a little bit of atmosphere. Oh, that was weirdly spawned. What happened there? Why is it spawned like that? Oh, they are all spawned like that. I see. This looks very strange. No. Und Blomma. Okay, so it does go down. The thing is, I thought that, like, this is 32. If I add 8 here and subtract 8 here, it... because it's like half of it. So do I need to subtract 8 again? Right. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. Well, I mean, it looks better, I guess. But, also, I think probably the hitbox should be only be the head. Actually. Yeah. Something like this. So now I can't hit it here. I have to jump. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna do a test. This is not gonna be the music of the game. I just want to do a test to see how the atmosphere changes when adding some weird music here. So let me see if I can find this thing here. One second. Wait, was this the wrong account or something? Okay, I need to log in with my other. Please just let me go. There we go. Okay, so got a couple of these. No. Oh, I see. Those doesn't work. Oh my god. It sounds very screechy. This sounds like Link's Awakening or something from Game Boy. And why does it speed up? I told it to be slow. It always like starts out and then it goes into this I don't know, dance mode every time. Okay, whatever. Let's just pick this one, I guess. Can I download? How do I download? No, I'm just gonna test. Just gonna be a test. All right. Okay. Now the thing is, I don't actually have implemented music support in both the editor and in the game engine. So I would actually have to go. I have to. Excuse me. I actually have to. I'm basically just gonna copy the sound document type. Yeah. So I will. So let's just do this here. Let's copy source sound into. I think you have to do like R for recursive. Into music. Okay, let's just do this. Documents, music. And then I want to copy that into there. What? Oh, there we go. Now we have music. Oh, god damn it. Okay, there we go. Now, let's just replace anything called sound with. Oh no, I can't do that. Sound with music and sound with music. There we go. Go in here, do the same thing. Everything should just be the same. All right, so now we have that. And version, same thing here. All right. So now, why did you not? Oh, it failed the first one, so the second one also failed. I see. All right. Yeah, we just need that. Now, yeah, we need to add another document type, which is going to be music. There we go. Alright, so now we should have a whole bunch of places where we need to do stuff. Music. Oh, right. I'm just gonna have the same icon as sound to confuse things. Maybe. Or maybe not. No, yeah, I'll have the same, whatever. It's gonna be the same icon. Okay, you cannot be opened, so that's fine. Oh, music stream, okay, whatever. Whatever floats. Let's see. Unload music stream. I'm not sure if I ever done this. Yes, I have. I did it with Crazy or Busy Taxi. But I don't remember if I used music stream or there was something else. Audio stream, I don't know. Must handle all possibilities. Yes. So this one is a thumbnail, so we don't have a thumbnail for the music. We don't have this. There we go. All right. I think that's it. Now we should have like music stuff. I'm gonna go to new asset also and check. I think this is like generic. No, let's look at this. Create new sound asset. Actually, yeah, we need to make a new function here. And there we go. I think. Music document. Yeah. Okay. Now you are called from here. Oh, that's right. So we need to add a way to actually create this thing. And there we go. All right. And let's see, what else do we have? So what kind of thing do we open up? Wave MP3. Okay, it's the same thing as the sound. So if we open now. Oh man, I just thought of something like, okay,
The scene. I mean, yeah, the scene can have music attached to it. Maybe for now I'll hard code it. But to just, I mean, I'm just gonna hard code that it's just gonna be one. You know, one music through the whole thing. One music. Okay, we'll add music. There we go. Now we have the music file. And if we exit, return, we should still see it here. It should even be here. Okay, cool. Now, okay, so now we just go to our game, and basically basically we just load this. Okay, let's just do this the simplest, most naive way possible. Let's get, okay, here's the asset index. We initialize it here. Yeah, after we initialize it, we get it. We grab the name. The name. Right, it's okay. Is it how is it matching this actually? It has to be equal. So it's gonna be like the base name. I think the base name includes there's the extension. So I think we have to say .mp3 maybe. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. So pixel dream.mp3. And it's music, which we don't even have here, so let's add it. Actually, this will become a whole new type of like resource asset, like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here, we also want to add music file names. Hello, Polar7. How's it going? Have a nice day, you too. Thank you. Music file names. Load. Yeah, I need to add this. Music. And load music. anything else we need to do in here? Okay, I guess we'll show things we've loaded in as well. Okay. What about the initialize of this thing? Like, is this ever deinitialized here? Yes, it's deinitialized. Okay, we already did it. Okay, cool. Now, you... Oh. Right. So now we got the use music thing. Actually... Yeah, okay, we get the music JSON, then we have the music JSON file name. Music file name, I think. Which we can use to get the music, and then we use raylib to load a music stream from this file name. Then we put that into the registry as a singleton. Boom. Now the whole registry knows about this music thing. And wait. Oh, music file path. Excuse me. Oh my god, okay. Okay, great. Now, what we do? Actually, what the hell? We have the resource. But this doesn't work with... whatever. Okay, so now we got the music there. Also this... We probably wanna deinitialize. How does this work? We basically load it with JSON. Yeah, so it's a leak. Okay. So if we want to deinitialize this, we want to free up the pixel thing. But I don't care about that right now. Anyway, so now we have loaded the music stream. We also want to play the music stream. There we go. And we add the music stream there, and then we can do, like, if we want, we can you know, in the deinitializer. So where's our stuff? I mean, we could just do like music is get raylib music and raylib unload music stream. I don't think you actually need to do this, by the way. It's just, let's do get const. Why not? Actually, we deinitialize it here, so we should do it here. Like the registry is deinitialized here. Okay. You are... Wait. Is this raylib? This is raylib
yeah, this is Raylib. Raylib's like audio features here. Oh, this can be an error. Okay. I'm just gonna catch error log couldn't load music from, or could it load, and music JSON music file path error, and let's just return null in that case, and then here you have to check like does music exist. In that case, play that music. All right, so we're trying to fetch this music that's named this. And of course we crash. Could not load game, no asset found, could not find asset. Okay, so that was not correct. Oh, Pixel Dreams. Sorry. Pixel Dreams. Multiple dreams. Well, there's no sound. I mean, there is sound, but there's no music. Oh, it crashed when I exited. Panic reach unreachable code entity. Oh, I see. I think it panicked because maybe it didn't find this one. There's no try get for singletons. Okay, whatever. Let's just not do that. Is it okay if you send weird monster drawings on your Discord? That's totally fine. I welcome you to do it. Thank you. I like this warning here. There's stuff that surprises you when you've been away from a piece of the code for a while, and then you come back and like, I don't even remember putting this in here, but it's kind of funny. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, it probably didn't find the thing. So let's try this again. Maybe I need to set up the audio. No, but we already... Okay, couldn't, no. So it found it, and it's trying to play it, I guess. Okay. Let's go to main. Yeah, we have audio device. And that's basically everything you need. Alright, you're done? Cool. Whoa. Alright, cool. Thank you. That's kind of what we were talking about before. Oh, I see. So maybe it can spin and fly, or yeah. Or is the spikes, is it only the spikes that are spinning? Maybe. Thank you. Awesome. The spikes, the teeth. Oh. Cool. So maybe it can like go around and eat stuff. Does damage and wheel help him to move? Okay. Right. Cool. I mean, do you mind if that becomes a monster in the game? Because that's pretty cool. I mean, I guess that's why you maybe showed it. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so why is it not playing the thing? Yeah, you can set like volume and stuff. I never had to do that manually. Okay, let me just check if the file works. Where is this thing? There. Yeah. So it does work. So why is it not playing in the game? Oh, you drew it on a phone, man. That's impressive. Okay, it spins at a slash damage or bleed damage. I guess you can put it. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Spins at a slash damage. All right, cool. Yeah, it loaded successfully. Why is it not? Like playing. Okay, actually, you know what? It might be because the system has not yet been loaded. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna to take this and go to load instead. There we go. And place this in here. Temp music stuff. And we'll grab that. I'll do that because that's the thing that I usually get. Oh, try. Okay. Couldn't load asset. I'll just return at this point because there's nothing else happening. Let's also return here. We don't have to have this. We don't have to have this crap. And this is my music. You are music. There we go. All right. Oh, it looks really good actually, Blue. At least to my eyes, you know. I mean, to do it on the phone as well is really impressive. I mean, I probably can't draw that good even. I have like a tablet, you know, a Wacom or Wacom or whatever it's called. Not that fancy, but it's at least it's something that you can use the a pen with. No, it still doesn't work. Stream. Yeah, so if we go to main, like the first, so the way it works here is we set up a bunch of stuff, the allocator, some environment variables. Here we set up Raylib, so yeah, after this point we should be ready to like load music, I think. Do I have to do something in each loop? Okay, yeah, I need to look this up actually. Raylib music. Where's the browser?
So here's a... Okay. How do I... Okay, well that's great and all, but I want the code. How do I get the code? Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, stop. Thank you, very good. Okay, so init audio device, load music stream, play music stream. Okay, so no, don't need to do anything with the music after that. Very good. And okay, so you do need to call this update music stream. So okay, so you do need to call update music stream. And then you can use these things, whatever. So this actually, this has to be called. Okay. Well, that means we need to have a reference to the music. Can you believe that bucket tool on my drawing app is pay to unlock? What? Yeah. I mean, the bucket tool is advanced. I don't even have bucket tool in my editor. It's actually kind of cool. I mean, have you played? I mean, okay. I used to have a super old computer. Like, okay, everything is relative, but it was very old. It was old, you know. For today's standard, it's super old. It was like an Atari ST, I think it was called Atari ST 1040 or something like that. And that had a paint program, and when you used the bucket tool, you could see it work. Like, it didn't, you know, instantly fill with color, of course. It would take, like, you know, you could see each pixel being filled, basically. And it would be fast at the start, but then when it started to fill, like, at first it filled the breadth of the container or whatever, and then it started to go down and fill each line by line, and it would take, like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something to fill an area, depending on how the shape and how large it was. But it just goes to show that it's not really a super simple feature, but it's, I mean, kind of like now, like modern painting program, it kind of comes, you know, you have to have it on. If you don't have it, then it's like it's a crappy program, you know. But it's interesting. I've been thinking about how to implement a bucket like algorithm, and it's actually, I mean, to me, it's kind of hard actually. It's not straightforward at all. I haven't actually found a solution yet that will, you know, work within the constraints that I need to think about. Okay, so we actually need to we need to call. Okay, so two things. We need to store this music. Oh, you can do has. Okay, cool. So we need to add music. And then in the update function, we need to somewhere play the music. I guess it doesn't really matter exactly where. I'm gonna do it here before all the systems run, maybe here, I don't know. So we'll grab the music from, actually, let's do an if. Make sure we don't, if we have
music. Oh, we don't have radio there. If we have music, we're gonna grab the music. And we're gonna update it. And there we go. Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, like a recursive, but that seems way too much. There we go. I'm not sure how much you can hear it. I don't like it. It sounds like a dance tune. Why does it always become a dance tune? Okay, anyway. But at least we have, you know, the means to play some music in here. It was fine until the bass, like the bass drum kicked in. Then it sounded way too much like some kind of dance thing. But anyway, BFS bread first search. Yeah, I don't know. I think there should be a lot of resources on that, because that problem has existed for so long. There should be like you know, different solutions to the problem and stuff. I mean, part of the problem is that you have so many data points. Like you have this coordinate system, and it's gonna be some kind of pathing problem, like pathing algorithm or something. Maybe you just make a copy of the image, and or not a copy, but you know, you make a grid of the pixels, and then you kind of fill in. But actually you don't need that. You already have a grid. You already have the actual image, I guess. But how do you keep track of where you are? And you know, there has to be like splits somewhere, right? Even if, like, let's say you have one pixel that jumps around and fills in stuff. That could work, right? But what if you enter like a maze and you end up at a dead end? What happens then? Then you have to sort of have like a split on where you entered, or something like that. Like it has to be some kind, like it has to be. It just feels like there could be a lot of things you need to bookkeep. I was thinking recursively too. One of my projects, I was trying to make a Plague Inc. clone. Spreading spots on map took me days. Ah, okay. Yeah. Alright. Well, okay. We have the means to play music, even though I don't like this particular tune. But, yeah. I'll, I don't know. But I'll disable it, actually. I don't like it. Yeah. Be gone. Like a tree. Yeah, but it just feels like there's gonna be way too many, branches and stuff, because of just you have a picture, a 2D picture. Each pixel could potentially become a branch. Also, it's like branches could collide as well. It feels like. Maybe that's part of the problem you need to solve. It just the thing is, it just doesn't seem like a super straightforward problem. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. It's like you think about it first. It's like, oh, that doesn't seem too bad, and then you think about it a little more. But hey, what about this? What about this? And then there's like a whole bunch of edge cases that show up. That's like, okay, this was not actually super trivial, but maybe there's a super easy algorithm out there. I don't know. Okay, well, what to do now? I guess what we could do is just play the game a little bit and, get a feel for what could be improved. Get some inspiration from the actual game. Minecraft water behavior. Yeah. I mean, in theory, it feels like it should be. The thing that becomes a problem is like you have a source, and you need to keep track of where to actually fill the color in. Oh. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I have 3 potions. Okay, so now I can use. Oh yeah, I forgot about my ability as well. I have all abilities. I can use the potion like that. Maybe I should move the use potion button because it's too easy to. Scrap the health potion. I have it. Okay, there we go. Now we have our health potion. We can go back. You can hear CPU fans. Cool. It's probably my computer. Or maybe it's your computer. I do have the computer almost, not really beside the microphone, but I mean it's pretty close. About a meter, half a meter. Can't get in here, right? No. It's locked. Oh no, not these guys. They are. Oh yeah. I need to fix their bug. These guys are. You can see here. I can't even hit this guy. But it can hit me. So there's some weird issue going on there. We
could fix that. Also, I want to change the design of those because they are way too small. It's not that loud, the computer is not working. Ah, yeah, the adapter thing. That's right. How are you faring without your computer? I remember one time... Okay, now we have phones, so you don't get cut off. But, you know, many years ago, we didn't have, like, smartphones. And so when the... When the computers stopped working, you didn't have internet or anything. What the hell do you do? So it was like, okay, well, I was on computer almost all the time, but that was like when I just you get sort of abstinence from the computer, but then after some time, it went away. And yeah, it was actually quite liberating, to be honest, because otherwise you feel such well, not really many maybe anymore, but I felt such a strong drawn towards always being on the computer, you know. Okay, the camera is... Well, I don't know why the camera is so weird here. Yeah, I need to fix the camera as well. That's one of the main things I want to fix. Let's see if we can kill the boss. Yeah, okay. How old are you, by the way? I thought you were... Or maybe it was someone else I asked before. Oops. Oh no, sorry, that was... well, okay. Heal. It's pretty cool to have your creations become alive in the game. And also, when you hit this guy, I think I want it to be like nothing happens now, but I want it to be like, you know, some sort of clonk sound, so it's noticeable that you can't actually hurt the guy, the monster, when he's like in stone form. These guys are also way too easy, but I don't know. They should have more HP, I think. Oh no. The boss room is messed up. Yeah, it's because of the save, like if I remove the save. How old do you think I am? Well, I mean, I kind of I kind of figure since you did know C, right? And I don't think there's many like young people who are into that. And now since you're telling me that in your young days you also experienced that I experienced, so I'm gonna guess that you're around the same age as me. Or something like that. Okay. Well, it's kind of hard as well because you know, I mean, I've only talked to you in text, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Man, I don't want to. Okay. 35. Sorry. Actually, we can do a quest here. 21! Okay. Well, then you're way younger than I thought. Obviously. Yeah, let's quest. Alright. We don't have it yet. Investigate. Oh yeah, that's right. I removed the quest where you could upgrade your health. Also, the notifications kind of block almost half the screen. Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to make it fun. And I really love this old like 8-bit style. There's just something magical to it. There's just like, I don't know, you get sort of like this more gamey feel, I don't know, with it. Oh yeah, I can't kill these guys. Ah! No. Wait, why do I have this? Oh yeah, I should I should disable all the upgrades. Yeah, I'm just playing it a little bit, see if, you know, getting a more like, I want to get more inspiration and more, I want to get back into it a little bit, like I think it's good also to take breaks sometimes and then get back, because you get like blind to some of the issues that might exist. And then when you come back, you get like new ideas, maybe like better ideas, upgrade stuff. And yeah, that's why, like, you know, having a pair of fresh eyes look at something, I can sort of see
issues that you didn't see. Like one example is like the jump. Man, I've been doing a lot of things with the jump. But someone said that it was very like, you know, moon-like gravity, and I kind of agree. It's a bit, you know, jumping a bit far. But then again, that's also realistic. Yes, I will add 8-bit music. I do love me some 8-bit music. Okay, now I could kill all of them. Great. Now these platforms actually became kind of dangerous, since they don't spawn until they have line of sight, so they don't spawn down here. So if you just jump up here and think it's fine, then all of a sudden there's a monster here. That was kind of different, actually. Okay, we got progress in the quest. Thank you very much. Please disappear. Okay, now that quest is complete. Oh, I see. We always start with 3 of those. Okay, well, whatever. I guess that's fine. Skip the grinding. Like, oh, okay. So the thing is also, like, I want to expand, you know, on the abilities that the player could have. It's gonna be a lot of like exploration that I love in games. I love like exploration games, finding secrets, you know, collecting things. Constant speed feels like the moon. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I've compared to other games, and you know, having this parabola seems to be pretty standard, but I think it's maybe the height, or I don't know, or maybe the speed of the gravity. It's kind of hard to tell. I've tried like a bunch of different things. I've tried having the jump like at the end go faster or something like that, or faster at the start, or I don't know. I don't remember really, but yeah, I think faster at the start and then abruptly ends. But then it felt like you hit the ceiling every time. Even if you just had a little bit, it felt like you actually hit some kind of ceiling. See, now there's a secret down here now, or this is closed, so you have to get the upgrade to open it. And I love puzzles, although I'm not sure if I'm good at making them. Speed of going down should be faster than jumping. Give him a frog which acts like a grappling hook. Yeah, maybe. So what I'm thinking is like, so we have this mist ability, which is kind of you enter like a mist form. I don't have graphics for it yet, but it's kind of like stealth and like evasion. But I'm thinking also it could be used as an attack as well. So like, if while you're in mist form, if you attack, you do like you do like more damage or something like that. Man, if flew far there. Sometimes the physics system also is a bit janky, but whatever. As long as there's no super major broken things, it's fine. Okay, yeah, so here you go up here. Now here's like the puzzle room, but it's not really completed yet. So you get the upgrade here. This is an upgrade that lets you activate these devices or deactivate them. And then here we got a little platform timing puzzle thing. Just the usual, you know, 2D scroller platforming puzzle stuff. And here is a button that you can press, which will toggle this thing here. Okay, and there we're done. You like the boulder throwing enemy? Okay, cool. That's actually the first enemy that I made. Okay, so here we got a door with a thing. This one is kind of hard to tell, but it's connected to the thing, so you get it over here. And since this thing works through walls, you can activate it. But I'm thinking of putting a special tile here that like has a little opening so that you can actually see that you're supposed to like. And also like a hint here where you have this kind of like a rail that this one is supposed to be. So basically like graphical hints that what you're supposed to do. But yeah, also to think of like this, the map and everything is nowhere near complete. Like I want it to be way bigger than it is. Oh man, when they jump and you hit them, they fly so far. Okay, we got a chest. Yeah. Money. Okay. I mean, it's going, forward with the game. It's gonna be cool when I get further here. Okay, so now this can be activated and it's exploding. So now we can go past. You can put mirror passes. Yes, I actually thought of that. It's kind of, yeah, because it's like a beam and you might get like upgrades where you extend the how far it will go. And if you hit some kind of reflector, it will reflect, and you can have like puzzles where you rotate the things. We'll see what happens. But it's not exactly light, but it's kind of like magical energy. But it could just as well be light almost. Except it can do like magic stuff as well, is the idea. So there's some potential there. Alright, we could put some more badass enemies here, because this is like before the boss. What the hell? Why is this closed? This should be open. Okay. Alright. Wait, why is that closed? Did I do some experiments? Imagine parrying a boulder deflects it back at enemies. So one thing that I've thought about is like feeding these enemies with like a special thing, like a special like you know, berry or something, and that will make them do, you know, other stuff. Maybe I thought about especially the rocky enemy. So the idea is that you would feed it something, a berry, a special kind of berry. It will make it sort of enrage, and it would run. It would kind of charge forward, and then potentially, if you have a wall with cracks in it, it would, you know, collide with the wall to open the wall with that effect. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of far-fetched, but it's kind of an interesting idea, I think. So that's one of the things I've been thinking about. I want to go to the boss room. So why is... Yeah, that should be open from the start. Yeah, why is it closed? Okay. Boss door. Open boss room. Active. This should probably open the boss room. Maybe. When are we closing it? Regenerating. That's the only... Okay. But it's still like, it shouldn't be closed. Are we not restoring the doors? Maybe? Maybe that's the issue. Well, this isn't used. Okay. This is all like automated and stuff. Restore device. Maybe there's something wrong here. Okay, I want to try. Like if we go to the upgrade room. No, this... Well, the toggle is restored. The door is not like correct. It's always closed. The door should also be open. Okay, there might be something wrong with the door initialization here. This isn't even used. Restore state. But if we don't have it, we return. Where is the state? Set. So if we go to toggle, for example, now, okay. Store device type. Okay, maybe we're missing this. Door initial signal on. Oh, it just looks at the signal. I see. What about the state? Get persistent state. Okay. I mean, it's both supposed to have the initial state, but then it's also supposed to look at the signal. But I think when we first create it, it shouldn't actually look at the signal. This is open and this is closed. Wait, we just... No, wait. No, get persistent state, open, close. There we go. Okay, and now we have to make sure that this set persistent state closed. Yeah. Closed. Closed. Open. Open. So that makes sure that the state is saved. I can't believe we didn't. I didn't have this, and it also makes sure that the state is loaded properly as well. Yeah. So we don't actually want to check the signal because we're gonna assume that state is correct. But later, if there is a signal, we will use that as a guidance. Alright. Let's try to run the game so it does, so we compile it and see that it compiles and everything. And then we'll try this again. There we go. Now let's go back here. And this room, this door should be open from the start. Which it is. Okay, cool. Great. Why is the animation like taking so long to start? I don't know what happened. Anyway, let's now check the boss room. Okay. Wait, why is it closing? Why is it closing now? Let's try. Let's just remove the save file and we'll go back. Here. Yeah, it shouldn't close. Obviously. If the signal is off, it's closing. This is wrong. If you do, because this door doesn't even have a signal. That's the thing. It's like the signal is non-existent. So actually, it shouldn't like close. It's like all doors has to have like energy in order to keep them open or something like that. I mean, this could be fixed by adding something that sends signal to it. I mean, it does kind of make sense if you had doors like that. But I wanna, okay. Alright, fine. We'll add a toggle. This guy is gonna activate this door. And it's gonna be on. Now it's on. Now instead of toggling the door, I'm gonna toggle this toggle instead in the boss code. Boss door toggle. So I need to fetch that ID, which we can do by opening this, doing that, selecting the ID, copy, go back, put it in there. So now we have that, and now this should be the toggle boss door toggle device, and we activate it, which means it should toggle. So this is actually toggling the thing.
But I mean, maybe we need a separate device. One that is like always on. If you activate it, it's always on. If you deactivate it, it's always off. I don't think we actually have that. If I recall correctly. We have delay device, but that's not what we need. I mean, there's a button, but that just sends an impulse. We have timed toggle, which is not what we need either. It's kind of like, I wish toggle would have a way then to say, like, force it to be on. Maybe if no. I mean, maybe we could just add that. This only looks at the signal, that's the thing. The thing that we kind of abstracted the notion, the concept of these devices. So basically how it works is the devices can receive a signal. The signal is either on or off. And then other devices or anything can basically send signals to anything else. And depending on what the signal is, like on or off, then we do different things. And this one is a toggle, so it's like every time it receives a signal, every time it receives like an edge detected signal, it toggles itself. But okay, maybe we do need a separate concept then. So let's just create something here. I'm just gonna do some very quick and dirty things here. Let's see. Open that devices. So basically I just want to take this color palette it, put it down here, change the colors. So basically this color will be the darkest one here, or no, this color. Wait, why is it? There we go. That should be this color. Then we have the next one. This one should be this, I think. that one. It's like we have one more shade of the green one than the blue one. Maybe not. No, that's gonna be this one. So this should be in between. What the hell? Oh, this is indexed. No, I don't like that. Let's change it to RGB. So I can make new colors. There we go. Alright, now we have this. This is not a toggle now. This is just a signal. It can be on or off. If you activate it, it's going to be on always. If you deactivate it, it's going to be off always. Very simple thing. Alright, we will... merge that. Okay, there we go. Go back to the editor. Now we add a new entity type that is gonna be, I mean, it's just like a signal device basically. Texture is gonna be devices. I need to reload. Wait. Okay. 1 second. We'll pick you. That's fine. We need animations. Signal. Devices. Reload texture. There we go. All right. Save. Let's look at the toggle. Okay, so we have off and on basically, yeah, and all of these are the same. Let's just have that as well. Off is this guy, on is this. There we go. And I think that's it. I guess it could have a property if it's like initial. Oh yeah, sorry. It needs two properties, I think. Like it needs activates, which is going to be a list of entity references, and then we also want initially on is a bool. There we go. Now we can go back here. No, here. We'll remove this, and then we'll add this guy, and we activate this store. And it is initially on. Yes, both of them should be initially on. Yes, there we go.
Now we need to implement this in the game. So we'll go over here. We will have a new toggle type, or a new, like, let's put it up here because it's like the very most basic thing actually. Oops. Signal, so it has activates, which should be an array of entity references, and initially on, which is a boolean. Okay. And it's gonna have properties. Signal properties. Need to make a new device. And so basically I'm gonna take toggle so this is on or off. Actually, yeah, the hitbox of these could be, we could remove that as well. Okay, let's not do that right now. Switching the light bulb and so on. So this should be signal. Oh, that's right. We need to actually add this here. Oops. There we go. Initial off, sure, fine, why not? Initial state, no. Initially on. There. Same here. Now, is anything different here? It's gonna be interesting to see. This should be fine. Off. We set animation to off. Yes. This should be so yeah. So we deactivate. That should be correct. That should send like an off signal. Common, yes, on. That should be the same. So basically the only thing different is this part, where if we get a new signal, okay, so we're looking at the signal. Last state change at. This should be true for both on and off. So I think we'll just do inline else here. And we get the signal S. And then the, no, that's the type. Yeah, T is, that's the type. This is F64. This is the timestamp. This is the type of signal. So if this is a new signal, then we don't need to check the state of our current device. We just want to
switch. We actually want to switch on S. So if it's on, we do this. There we go. If it's on, we set the state to on. We set our state to on. Why are we skipping pre and stuff? No, we're not, because this is outside. Okay. And then we also update that. Shouldn't we just set it to T, actually? Yeah, I think we should set it to T. It should really be the same thing, but anyway, this should be more consistent here. Okay, cool. So now we have a new device which is on when it gets an on signal. It's off when it gets an off signal. So cool. Everything else should work as before. All right. Yeah, now we need this signal device, signal. Oh, let's do device. There we go. Okay, do we have anything else? Yes. Oh, right. So this would be deactivate entity refs. And this is activate entity refs. There we go. Because it's multiple. Okay. Anything else? Let's just compile, see if it compiles. Feels like I forgot something, but maybe not. Okay, compiles. Let's see if we can now. Actually, we need to grab this ID. Go back to forest boss. Change this out to the new ID. So this is now the door signal. And we actually send an activation on it. Wait, but this is weird. Device type. I don't think we... Do we still add device type? No. So it doesn't have device type. So this whole thing needs to change. Okay, let's do this. We get the entity. Now, to get the device, we actually get hang on. How do we send a signal? Oh, we could just call the system. This one gets, I guess that, alright, the device component. I totally forgot about this. I mean, yeah, we could just call these functions. We don't really have an entity ref though, but we could probably do like by ID. Another drawing. All right, cool. Yeah. Classic. Oh yeah, I like the ground you made there. Classic monster, like the, you know, it's funny. I don't know if you care about spoilers in games. Maybe I won't show it. But I've seen this exactly this monster in another Metroidvania game recently. Is all I'm gonna say. And also Half-Life. But it's a really cool idea because it's used in the other game. It's used as the Metroidvania's game is used as a way to actually reach other new places as well. Yep. Hang on, I was just gonna grab something to drink here. Yeah, Half-Life. Incredible game. Alright. Yeah, those types of monsters. I was thinking about, like, yeah, you have those, and then you also have, like, because it's like kind of like a plant that eats, you know, it's a meat-eating plant, a carnivore plant, and then you have the fly traps. In a lot of games, you have, like, you know, Super Metroid has plants on the ground that eat you as well, and I think also, like, yeah, other probably like Zelda, if I recall, like Majora's Mask I think has those things as well. Carnivorous lily pad instead of points. Instead for ponds. Like if you stand on it for longer it will bite you, then realize there's no pond. I mean, I'm probably gonna have ponds. Actually, I'm gonna because there's gonna be like swampy areas. Probably. I mean, not in this area, maybe, but there's probably. I mean, there's gonna be water somewhere. I just haven't made it yet. What is this? Fix what? Man. If only I could write helpful notes. Fix when everything is fully implemented, like the whole game. Okay. Plants versus Zombies. Right. Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. As in the game, in my game, I basically don't have any critters, like any insects or anything, or small, animals or anything. The idea is that the idea is that these people, the pixies, they basically have a magical barrier sort of around them that would prevent things like predatory animals and stuff from coming, to that area. So the only thing that's there is the pixies and this evil magic that is spawning these monsters. So basically, it's just gonna be like, like I guess animated plants that are warped and made into monsters, basically. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, I mean, don't stop. It's even. I mean, what are the chances that you actually came up with something that no one has thought of before? I don't think the chances are that high. So I try to. I'm the same. Like, I try to sort of think about, man, I want this to be unique, but then you have to also like settle, like, okay, well, it's okay to rehash, old ideas, as long as you maybe, like, I don't know, maybe, put if you don't want it to be like the same old boring idea, it becomes boring because it has been done many times before, I guess. Maybe. I mean, that's not always the case, but you could have your own spin on it, like add a little twist somewhere that makes it, feel new and refreshing. But yeah, it's hard to come up with original things. But it's also like, it's also like during trying it, you exercise your creativity. So it's all good. Plants ate all the animals in the forest. No, no, it's more like the. No, it's more the pixies have a magical barrier that kind of. The animals won't go near that area because, I don't know, maybe there's like, there's some kind, they get some sort of feeling that they're not supposed to be there or something. I don't know. I just want to avoid having to make a bunch of animals that are like huge animals that run around. I was thinking, like, it would be cool if you had like a fox that kind of just stepped close to you and just you would see it just zoom past and vanish in the background or something like that. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just too much work. Yeah, it's just the pixies and they're trying to survive on the land like farmers. or maybe not farmers, not even farmers. They're just living, because there's so much food. Basically, there's like berries and stuff, so they basically have this area to themselves, and they can just, live there and thrive basically. But their job is not to expand as like a civilization or anything. Their job is just to keep like the balance of the forest in check. So they are trying to sort of work so that the forest will continue to live basically. But then there's this magic, evil magic, that will try to prevent that from happening. Yeah, I'll see if I can write some of the lore down and put it up on the page, on the homepage. I have like a project page for the game, but it's not, there's not much there right now. Okay. So why is there two versions of this is what I'm trying to figure out here. I'm getting this by entity ID. So we get that. So we should, okay, let's just do this. Entity ID. And instead of entity ref, we get the ID. And this is just the ID. And that should do the same thing. And then this guy should just be able to say deactivate empty ref. No, ID. Get entity. There we go. Alright, and then we do the same thing for activate. So we'll rename you to ID. We'll take an ID, you ID, you are the ID. And then this one we'll just call okay, so now we have the means to call this with an ID instead. So if we go back here, we can say what is it, device system activate ID, and we got the, actually we don't need to get this entity right like this. Yeah, we just do this. And then here we do deactivate. There we go. So basically the whole boss fight is messed up now because I switched out the device system and I never tried it afterwards. What's this? Is activatable? Oh yeah. This is not activate. So activatable means, in this context, means activatable by pressing like a button on the controller to activate, like a door or a button. No, not door, but a button and the steering wheel and the chest works, but not anything else. Benign, hello, Zyro. Been eyeing Zig for the past day and I've been thinking of learning it. My job is in C, so I don't know if I should. Looks appealing though. Welcome. Okay.
Are you forbidden to look at other languages? It sounds it sounds like it. No, but yeah, it's very. I mean, I haven't ever had a job in with C, but I have, so I have some experience with C++ and some assembler, like low-level programming, and I think SIG is. I mean, it's fun, and the things you can explore with it, like with the comp time stuff, and yeah, I think it has a really big potential. I really like it. And this is one of the examples. If you have a switch, so you have like exhaustive switch cases, that's always the case. You have to handle all possibilities, which is really nice because now it tells me where to implement the thing. And this one should be handle activate. Yeah, so we don't actually have that. So there we go. What are you working with in C? Or yeah, what are you using C for? You were thinking about running Rust. The SIG looks more fun. Is C your only language that you've learned? I tried to dip my toes into Rust, but I failed understanding. I mean, I didn't read any manuals or anything, and I failed at the borrow checker. I think it's the borrow checker that I tried to do some async stuff, and I just failed. You're running firmware and graphics programming. Oh. Java and C. Okay. I think learning more programming languages really broadens your horizon, and there's really no harm in it, I would say. SIG is essentially a better C. SIG seems kind of more my lane. Okay, cool. That's cool coming from someone who actually knows C, that SIG seems like a better C. Because I've had people here that have been a bit skeptical about it. I think SIG does the job. It's like, it's really good, and it also interfaces with C. So it's like you can have a large C project or even ecosystem and start converting things into Zig, because Zig can load in C libraries and call the functions. It can interface with it very, very nicely. Not sure about the other way around though, but you could start to replace different parts of it into Zig while still keeping other parts in C. So that's I think that's the whole idea of Zig, actually, is trying to replace C. So all the libraries can be potentially ported into Zig while still importing other C library dependencies, which is a really cool idea. This is actually incredible task, since it feels like the C is, there's so much good stuff written in C, and it kind of feels like it's like a impenetrable fortress. But then Zig is the way to kind of infect it from inside out, or something like that, or from outside in, I should say, maybe. or I don't know. You're a junior dev though, so just word in the style change. I don't know. Okay. I mean, so you have a job in C as a junior dev, and I mean, I don't see a problem, learning another language on the side. That will just give you broader perspective on things. And I've learned a lot of different programming languages, and the things I learn in one, the concepts I can take into other languages. Now, given maybe C, maybe kind of some programming languages that like C or could maybe potentially be pretty hard to translate other tips and tricks into, but then you can just keep on doing C and then on the side learn other languages as well. You've been writing C for the past 2 years. First year was before you got your job because I tried C++ and didn't like it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. C++ was the first language I learned, and I'll probably never go back there unless I have to. I won't start a new project in C++ probably. Unless I'm gonna use Unreal Engine or something like that. Okay, so all right, but I kind of see what you mean. It's like you're trying to get used to how to program in C, and learning maybe another language is gonna disturb that learning process maybe, and muddle things up. I think it's also important to kind of get to know a language and kind of land in the programming, the concepts and everything, to get how do you say it, familiar, or to settle, and so you don't confuse things, because there's a lot of things going on. But yeah, you could try it and see how far you'll get. There's a thing called Ziglings, which I did recently, just to cover the basis, and it's kind of like a tutorial. So you have to install Zig, and you clone this repo, and you basically solve a bunch of, well, it's not really hard puzzles. It's not like you have to build programs. You just have to fill in some blanks at some points. But you kind of go through and learn a little bit about the syntax, how it works, and all that. So it's a good introduction, I would say, to Zig, if you're interested in doing that. Or you could just watch other people, program it and try to pick up things that way. Yes, Blue. I have both on, so I can see both, but... Oh shit, you sent something more. Oh, here we go. A propeller eyeball with seed bombs. Cool. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It feels very, 8-bit. Mega Man. Yes. Okay. At least that's the feeling I got from it. You know what? I can actually take the flying monster that we already did, the test monster, and try to implement this one, a flying coconut, in and add, a dropping projectile attack. Yes, so it would try to hover over you and try to drop things on you. Yeah, that's cool. All right. Yeah, I like it. Very cool. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so basically all of these things need to change now. Puzzle door device. Yeah, all of these actually need their own thing. So each one here, the door devices. This needs its own signal. So I will have that. We also have maybe that's it actually. I'll just double check. Which is connected to which? This is connected over here. We have the time toggles connected to this door, so we're never actually worrying about this door. So actually we need a control for this door. So let's add that. So this one is gonna be for this door. And it's gonna be off initially. All right. Cool. EO. And we'll grab the ID here. And that's going to be the puzzle door signal ID. There we go. Maybe you can latch on to reach high around places. Oh, cool idea. Godot have signals too. I don't know if it's the same. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think, in programming, signals can be many things, but usually it's some kind of streaming type concept. Probably, I would guess. Like an event stream, something like that. Okay. That's what's so cool about programming. It's like you have these concepts, and then you could build your like structure. Like you want to create something, and then you can use these these magical spells. But they are like very, not very, medieval sounding, but it kind of it reminds you of like using, casting spells to. Yeah, I have to, create a signal system for this. Blah 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 blah. Puzzle door device. Yeah, end puzzle. What we do is we close the door. So we should deactivate the puzzle signal. Right? If you use it as a trigger for an event. Right. Yeah, so you send a signal, you're triggering an event, then you have event listeners that listen to the event and do stuff when the thing happens. Yeah.
this is kind of this is kind of the same. It's but it also like it tries to be like a concept, I guess, like in the game as well, that you can kind of like visually see. But yeah, I mean, it's basically an in-game version, but it also has to work in code, of course. Okay, the time toggle device we also deactivate. So I don't need to do this. I just call this on the ID immediately, and then we're good. Okay, start will open the puzzle door. So same thing. We will activate entity ID with the puzzle door signal ID. Okay. What else do we have? We have extend floor. So this activates both of these. So this would be like device activate toggle floor AID and BID, and then retract, we deactivate. Yeah, so you can see here we have like different devices do different things, but depending on sorry, depending on what they are. So a toggle floor will, yeah, a toggle floor will extend, so you can stand on it if you activate it. So basically it's a notion of activating or deactivating something, but it's also, you know, when you activate, you're basically activating a signal on it. Yeah. But this is kind of also, it's not a closed system. So here we're kind of conjuring up a signal from, you know, from the ether. I would rather have it control more a closed system, so that it makes sense where each signal is coming from. But yeah, whatever. That should work. Okay, now are we calling this from anywhere else? Get device push mover. But that's fine, although the mover does no longer have device type, so this won't work. So actually we want to get the entity. Remove this. We get the entity, mover ID. We get the body of the entity. Actually, you know what? Let's do get context instead. Get context by ID, and we'll remove. We get a context, and then we return for entity. Yeah. So this is like mover. We'll do mover get, and actually, isn't there also like, yeah, we could just apply impulse directly instead. Wait, do you take mass into account? No. Oh, but we can get mass. Yes. Get mass from the mover. Awesome. All right. Okay. Was that it? This won't work, I don't think. Steering wheels. Also, yeah, there's no device type in sight. What the hell? Is this the only thing that has device type? No, this doesn't even have device type. That's it. So this won't work. I don't think. Or am I missing something? No, but I want to do this anyway, though. But this actually does have device type. Wait a minute. This is the old way of doing it. Okay, fine. But if I go to toggle, for example. Oh no. I just made a huge mistake. No, I didn't. Sorry. I just converted. Yeah, I just made more progress towards converting to the new system. That's what I did. The delay is using this to activate. But we don't have like. Okay, we do have activate, deactivate. Okay, I'll leave this alone for now. But the steering wheel. No, it does work. This should still work. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see if we can run this. And I'll test some rooms out. We'll test the boss fight out. It's gonna be interesting to to make like graphics for the boss. That's gonna be pretty cool when it's completed. All right, let's see if this works. Now this is open here. Still need to figure out like the theme of this boss, because I'm not actually sure. What the hell? This guy isn't moving. Also, my lens beam broke. Well. Let's toggle that. Force boss. Get entered by ID. Why wasn't it moving around? And they have the concept of signals, or have you heard about the concept of arrows? In programming. Oops. Ah! Oh shit. Oh yeah, I'll restart. So I'm thinking about orbs, like rotating and maybe have like chains attached. I don't know. Not sure how that would work. Yeah, this should be moving up and down. Also, why is my lens not working still? God damn it. Okay. Was there something wrong here? Oh, I never compiled it. Okay. Now it works. Okay, there we go. Why is the time toggle not working? The timed toggle. When is this referenced? Here. We're initializing the time toggle. We get this by ID. Yeah. We add the state machine. And we go to idle. Get boss. Update. Yeah, so we're doing all this, so that's the only state of this guy. All right. Yeah, this is very confusing. Let's see if this is even called. So is this called? Yes. Time to toggle initialized.
Oh, this door closed. That's wrong. Does this still work? Yes, it works. Oh, it crashes there. This is kind of fun at this like boss room thing. It's like, because I tried to like, yeah, I want a boss, and I also want to incorporate some kind of puzzle, you know, in the boss. Like, yeah. And then just basically just added a bunch of, you know, existing things that we already have, and try to make something that, you know, we have to figure out. And but yeah, I'm still not, you know, too happy with it, because it just feels so, I don't know, it just feels like convoluted. I don't know. I guess what's missing maybe is like a theme to what it actually is, like, because right now it just feels like a bunch of random machines that's put together, and there's no real rhyme or reason behind it, you know. So we crashed because of entity something something. Cancel steering wheel. Okay. All right. Yeah. Think I wanna call it there. I need to go and eat something. But yeah, thank you very much for. Oh, you're back. All right. Yeah, I was just gonna quit there because I need to eat something here. But yeah, thanks. I'll be back. I think tomorrow I'll be probably streaming also, and maybe tonight we'll see how it goes. Maybe even like, you know, after I've eaten or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for joining me, and thanks for all the nice pictures and stuff. Blue. Let's see. Stalker pumpkin hiding in shadows. Just backstabs when you're not looking. Ooh, yeah, I like it. I like having the. What is it? I was also thinking about having mysterious figures in the background, because that's kind of how you feel when it's dark out and you're walking like in these forests, or not in the forest, but maybe beside the forest. You're walking on the road beside the forest, and then you see all sorts of weird stuff when it's like super dark out. You know, that's the human survival instinct. And that's cool. It could be we could also, like, there could be these mist-based enemies as well that comes out. You see it behind a tree maybe, or you don't. You see something, it comes out and tries to stab you. Yeah, that's a cool concept. Yeah. All right. We'll figure it out. Yeah. But yeah, I'll see you later. Have a good day. Bye bye.